Let's get this shit started. Stuff. Let's get this stuff started. Let's hide that preview. Oops, I hid the preview. Maybe I double clicked or some shit like that. Stuff like that. Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Greetings, secret knowledge. Let's see if this thing works. Ortho made a thing that I'm using. Though I'm not gonna have it be an overlay. But I will set it up here and see how it goes. Color key. See? It's streaming right now, Babby. They can see it. You could see it too. But for some reason, chroma keying in the latest XSplit scale. Make not chroma keying in the latest XSplit or screen capture, I'm not sure which, tanks the frame rate. I'd want to tweak the options before making that a thing. View. No, I want to go back to half. What should I preview? Pad? What do you want me to do? New XSplit is weird. Yeah, she doesn't have image support yet. What is Sace's backstory? Oh, speaking of, I need to get my notes all set up. I located a large piece of paper to make notes on. It's grid paper because I'm a nerd. And Ortho used my pencil, so I have to sharpen it again because it has, you know. She's able to dull any pencil. Alright, let's put these over here. So, last time in this game, for the very short time I played it, apparently someone named Simon Smith was murdered. He has a wife called Hannah Smith, and there is either she has some kind of dissociative identity disorder, or she has a identical twin named Eve, which has not been revealed as to which that would be. It could also be some other thing. She could just be a giant liar. Okay, we looked up Hannah. Let's look up Eve. 7 entries on Eve.
Well, my friend Eve. I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid, and she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes. Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater.
Oh, shit.
There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach, and I held her head under, and I kept it out. And for a moment, I just wanted to kill her and watch her drown. But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up afterwards. It was a love-hate relationship. A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London, and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off. I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police. So they came and picked us up and took me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve. So my parents let me off. My mother called me Eve.
What? Yeah, there's one where she's on a polygraph. I was curious if maybe that would be mentioned. Maybe it's called a lie detector test. Okay, here we go.
Yes, I'll take a lie detector test. I've never taken a lie detector test before. Does it really work? My name. That was the only question I failed. Your lie detector works.
So she grew up in Portsmouth, right? We've already watched that one. And I believe this is the amount of stuff that I've seen. Well, it's definitely leaning towards her having done it.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
lot of entries about the location.
I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired. I just had to sleep. Yes. I got to Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from the payphone, and then headed back. Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time, it must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then. No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning.
Eric comes up a lot.
He was wearing a shirt, a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house. Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier, and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked in the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back. Yes, that would be in his wallet. It's a Visa, a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash, but Eric convinced him to get one. Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Huh. That's...
Okay. I parked up in the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper, but he wasn't there. I touched the kettle, it was cold. I looked quickly in the living room, nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom, and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower. The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
Doug.
Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. I shouted out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper.
Different delivery, but word for word.
I touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly into the living room. Nothing. I walked upstairs to the bedroom. He wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. Then I had a shower. Whilst I was in the shower, the phone rang. I think it was Eric, his boss. I didn't answer it. Then I came out and I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, but I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. I spoke to him. Then I called Simon's parents. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
That was word for word what she said before, except she didn't say Simon's parents. She said Doug and Eleanor. That one's from 107.94. That one's from 7 or 7. Okay, this is from like a day or two later. Okay.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, the dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there. I sleep on the right side of the bed as you come in from the door.
Well, the tattoo thing, if that could indicate if it's two actual different people. I actually missed what was said there.
I sleep on the right side of the bed as you come in from the door. You can tell because I have two pillows and he just has one. Simon was very moral about that sort of thing. He wouldn't just walk out there and sleep with anyone. He wasn't that kind of guy. He took his marriage very seriously. Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous. Didn't want to share. Even the first date. We went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon.
Sorry, I had to do that.
Kept changing places in the toilet.
Let me back that up so I can actually hear it.
Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous. Didn't want to share. Even the first date. We went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went. Kept changing places in the toilet. We only had one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me. But that was it. We didn't want another Carl on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back.
Carl?
After that, it was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time.
Objection. Dun, 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 na, 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 na.
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was sexy. We were 15. No, I was 15. Carl was older. 17, I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. Stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise what's
Henry.
really important to you, you know?
Did you make that?
Split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family.
It's apple gingerbread upside down cake. Yes. Looks about like what ours did. I believe our glazy topping was more glazy, but looks pretty good.
Family. So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then Simon. Differences? She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us. I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything. She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played at. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though. I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
That's Carl.
Yes. I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we had, we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play up there and make up our own stories.
So Henry, yours might be a little moister than it should be, but it may be what you want. I don't know.
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from. I don't know if it was given to them or they inherited it. I mean, they wouldn't have had the money to buy it. It was so huge It must have been taken up to the attic in parts and then reassembled up there. It's a beautiful thing. Wallpaper to scale, little furniture, the lights work, mirrors, beds, big duvets and pillows. We spent hours and hours playing in it, invented all these characters and families who lived there. We wrote paperwork for them all, passports, diaries, and gave them all really elaborate stories. Once, a moth got trapped in there. We'd left a light on. It was making the most horrendous noise. We tried to kill it, but it was tough. We ended up crushing it under a copy of the Arabian Nights. The legal stuff was completed very quickly. Hannah moved back in with Simon. Eric gave Simon the week off to help with the move. He decorated, modernised wallpaper, curtains. Hannah insists the attic be left as it was, dollhouse and all. Simon never went up there.
Okay, so that is what I think it is. What? Apparently I don't know how to spell Ouija. Luigi. Eric. We already did Eric. Diane. I can't spell.
Diane is really nice. She helps out with the glaziers, organises the Christmas party, that sort of thing. They have 2 kids, really sweet kids. She used to look out for me when I worked there. Not really. He would go to the pub. He had his drinking buddies there, but no one ever really came back to the house. Sometimes Eric, his boss, and his wife would come over for dinner. That would be us returning the favour. Diane is a really good cook, into her trendy ingredients. And the last time Simon cooked something off MasterChef, he got the recipe off CFAX, and I did my Lloyd Grossman bit, commenting from the sidelines. I had to find fennel from the supermarket. Have you ever eaten fennel?
Achievement unlocked. There's achievements in this game. Good to know. Huh. Wait, I didn't actually.
Simon and Eric arguing? No, I can't imagine they'd be arguing. And they get on so well. Unless it was something to do with work. Maybe Simon was being too much of a perfectionist. But I don't know. You should ask Diane.
Okay. As I suspected, only one. I already looked at attic, right? No, I did not.
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else?
Hairs?
Could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there? This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap? You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? needs tuning. No, it's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. Sisters came walking by the sea. Oh, the wind and the rain. The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. See, they both had a love for the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain, but he only cared for the youngest one. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, the eldest envied her sister fair. Oh, the wind and the rain, with a pretty little face and her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. She pushed her in and held her down. Oh, the wind and the rain watched her as she slowly drowned. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down. Oh, the wind and the rain floated till a ship came by. Oh, the dreadful wind. So I think that's a good place to stop.
Okay, that was just there. Wind. Rain. The fuck is a cat flap?
No, they were shut. Most of the windows were really hard to open anyway. They're stifling in summer. They were painted over by my dad. Could have left a door open accidentally. Or there's a cat flap in the back door. No, no cat. My parents had a cat before they died called Domino. It was this little black thing with white dots. We never did anything about the cat flap, but if you were thin, you could maybe squeeze through it. We loved our cat, Domino. He had this little bell around his neck to stop him from killing birds in the garden. And we used to write each other notes and put them in the bell, and we could send them to each other. Mum found some of the notes once, and she thought I was just writing to myself because our handwriting was identical.
Uh-oh.
And we had our own words for things, so she didn't quite understand them anyway. It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince, and Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. But she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind, but she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending. Is that too much?
yeah, I'm starting to unravel some achievements here. How many are there? Okay, it looks like a lot of these are entirely secret achievement kind of things.
What kind of hairs?
I think I might already have. There's 5 entries on Rapunzel.
Sorry. The picture, the way it's drawn, just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain is just full of it. Are any of these in colour? Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again? We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper and dressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger.
Whoops. I can't spell. Checking my notes here. I think they took a trip to Florence.
Florence took me home with her.
Florence is a person.
Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby. I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion. Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road. I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me. Florence was a warm, kind person. But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it. Older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later, once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You know, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know. No. It was just me and her. Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when he came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Well, that's everything on Florence. Go through my older notes from the first day. Okay, that's the only time the plumber shows up. Peter, I think, is his dad. Susan is his mom. They only mentioned that once.
I think so. I mean, to get into our garden, we'd have to climb through other gardens. All the gardens back onto each other, so you'd have to climb over one.
Thus far, I like the game pretty well. It's
3 gardens to get to ours.
unique.
I mean, did anyone see anything? Did anyone see anyone come and go? An intruder? I think it was that time, the first time at the house, in his bed, that I got pregnant. Amazing, right? This fucking magic sperm. And they say lightning doesn't strike twice. I didn't tell him. I missed 3 periods. I had pretty irregular periods anyway, but 3. I had always thought we were infertile. Both of us. I didn't tell him. Just waited. Hannah and I were meeting for our birthday, and I told her because I thought she would be happy for us both. I think she was. Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room. His throat had been cut.
That's completely different.
There was a lot of blood. He was dead. No, he doesn't keep a diary. That's my thing. I've kept one, well, as long as I can remember, since I was a girl. It helps make sense of my day. And when you're forced to put something into words, it just gives you perspective. Everyone's on the same page. It just became our way of life. We would swap places and take it in turns to do things, and we were very careful. Whoever had been out that day would come back and write a detailed diary so that we were on the same page. We had a list of rules that said what we could and couldn't do in any given situation. It was exhaustive. We lived a second life through those rules. Rules for things that could only ever happen inside our imaginations. We would consider all the permutations of future events and agree rules to walk our way through them.
Let's see if we can find anything about the tattoo.
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago. He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off with the camera. But he needs them to see properly, you know, when he has to read a newspaper or a menu in a restaurant. Not book so much, or watching TV. He likes TV. Oh, my tattoo. I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake. So I moved out, got a small bed sit, got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings, so I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist. He saw me singing one of my shows, pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was, but he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. Guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, well, that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
Well, let's see if we can find out about the bruise that she has on her face during...
Bruise? Oh, yeah, no, it's nothing. I was going through the top cupboard in my kitchen and the chair slipped and I kind of hit the door with my face. We hurt like hell. If one of us got hurt, the other one would have to be hurt too. A grazed knee, a bruise. When I lost my tooth first, we had to pull out Hannah's to match. Once, I slept with a boy who was seeing another girl. The girlfriend came up to Hannah the next day and punched her in the face, gave her a huge black eye. That night, she had to do the same to me. But she almost went too far. I couldn't see out of that eye for days. She snapped frozen peas up for me from the kitchen. So much of our bodies was synchronised anyway. We started our period on the same day, went on childhood diseases, stomach bugs, nits. This was about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing and she tore it off. Eventually we grew tired of fighting and I left. A wig? You mean... what type of wig? No, I've never worn a wig. What kind of wig? No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. Hannah and I would meet up in the park. I was trying to get pregnant. But I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys I'd met in clubs, parks and alleyways. I was 17. It felt like I was being punished. But it was Hannah who had betrayed us. I had to stop when one of the guys gave me an STD. When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter, flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I found it hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? I mean, that seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
Let's talk about STDs.
I was living in the attic. It was a very hard time. I was depressed, was still pretty sick of the STD. And I came down one morning and they were dead. They were in bed and both had been sick. They'd thrown up a lot. And I'd slept through it. The police said it was the mushrooms they ate. Dad was a mushroom expert. I mean, he used to take us picking with him and he taught us how to recognise them. And there's no way he would have picked death caps. But the police believe that's what happened. They never even looked in the attic. They said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But, I mean, the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
This is one of the reasons why I don't eat mushrooms.
What's wrong? The bags, I think they were from our kitchen. You can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. Dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape, but I think it was ours. No. The whole thing was wrong. The bags,
No, not this one. Try this one.
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed, and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed, and that's when I called the police.
Alright, so earlier one of them stated that he was found in the living room with his throat cut. So is she talking about Simon here, or is she talking about someone else? Or was it moved later? Okay.
Well, fine, considering. I got back into the house today, and that was weird, knowing your people have been there through my things. It's like I've been burgled. I mean, worse, obviously. I don't know. I haven't looked in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in, as good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out. And I'm still waiting to hear from the coroner so we can get a date set for the funeral. It's going to be a cremation. So, it happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone. We took him down to the cellar. We knew we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us, so we could then disprove it, rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, That was my touch to make sure the alibi stuck.
Entries on a mirror.
I mean, it wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me. The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. I haven't looked at it since. Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
Oops. Apparently I just saved a screenshot.
I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to Come Back and Stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. I mean, it was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before. It was probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon for that moment. Just the two of us. We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went full and the baby. Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room.
Living room.
His throat had been cut. There was a lot of blood. Yeah, he was dead.
Somehow packaged up and moved downstairs. Apparently he had a scar. So what time that shows up. Moth only shows up once. Let's cross that out. Look at all the ones for Eric. All the ones we can see.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married. Yes, I'm fine. I won't be sick again. This happens some days. I'm pregnant. It's morning sickness. No. Well, yes. He found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant. Yes, that's my birthday. Not one of the big ones, but I guess you can see that. It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave me his present. I guess I didn't like the present. From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of Eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left.
I'm gonna fill up my water.
A week or so ago. It would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
That's kind of lovely.
Look, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it by hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror and he gave it to me.
All right. Nope.
I left the next day, Saturday. I slept for a few hours in the car. When I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there. And I... Is there a bin?
Let's look at that one again.
I left the next day, Saturday. I slept for a few hours in the car. And when I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there. And it was late, early Saturday morning.
Did I already look up Diane? I have enough Dianes, apparently. Talk about their car, which is a Chevy Cavalier. Only shows up once. There's a van that he uses for work. Also only shows up once. There was something about his wallet earlier.
He has a wallet, a huge, silly thing. Leather, real leather, I think. He packs it full of stuff, business cards, receipts, lottery tickets. He always carries it in his back pocket. I think that's why he's got a bad back. He sets the discs. I haven't seen it, so he must have it on him. He always takes it out of his back pocket before, when he comes in, if he's in the house.
Let's see if we can get like the first entry here. Oh.
I would have been a good mother. I was young, but I would have been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah. Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name. Okay, you got me. I'll confess. We were there. It was a dirty weekend. Simon was going to expense it, pretend it was a business trip. I used a made-up name. We stayed at the hotel, had room service, didn't leave the room, had a great view of the river, and you could hear the church bells. Like you said, it was very romantic. Okay, you got me. I'll confess. We were there. It was a dirty weekend. And the hotel said he was there?
Okay, those only show up there. Was it Rome that she said they went to? Vacation in Rome. Apparently it only shows up once. Let's try things related to Rome. No. up Eric. Yeah, there's a lot of Eric. That's all we can do with him. Let's try Eric and Simon in the same thing. So we've already seen those. What's Eric's wife? Eric wife.
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Diane, that's it. Diane. Okay. 17 entries. Oh God. Is that how you spell that? Apparently, yes. Pregnant. Simon.
When she went home, Simon had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister he didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face. She knew. She sent him out the house, kicked him out, called me up, crying, and I went round. I guess I had a feeling I could hear something was wrong in her voice, but I wasn't sure what it was. She called me sister on the phone. She never calls me that. My sister is gone. And she's never coming back.
That's interesting. Let's see if we can get them with Hannah and Simon together.
Hannah had a miscarriage. This was late in the pregnancy and it left her infertile.
That should have come up in the search term.
Felt like the universe had corrected its course. We were aligned again. But Hannah and Simon were still living with his parents. They were married. Simon had a job at the Glaziers now. Eric had given him a full-time position after he left school. And then...
And then what?
It's like I told you before. I drove. I took the car and drove. I don't have my own car, but I have a spare set of keys. I just drove north. I wanted to think, put some space between me and them. Everything I told you before is true. I stopped at Glasgow. I was tired, exhausted. I pulled out and I hit a car. My car was okay, but I was worried about the baby, so I went to A&E to get the okay. Everything was fine. Slept in the car. When I woke, I tried to call Hannah from a payphone. She wasn't answering. And then I decided to drive back. I had decided that she was more important to me than Simon.
And there were 61 entries with Simon in them. I have coat written down. Nope. 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 I already did that one. Okay, I haven't done all of the work-related ones.
Yeah. Well, they have one for the glaziers, but it's only for work. I can't remember the number. Oh, it's in the kitchen. I saw it plugged into its charging cradle. I did. Well, we met when we were 17, both working at the glaziers. No. Everyone loved Simon. He's a glazier. He doesn't have much money. I don't know. I don't know. Mum and Dad had never had any reason to notice. They were always busy. If Hannah was eating a lot, they didn't mind. She didn't put on any weight. That girl has a healthy appetite. If they heard us talking in the attic, they just thought it was Hannah playing one of her games, and that Eve was our imaginary friend. Once, she was already up and dressed and ready to go to school, and I snuck down for a piss. Mum saw me in my underwear. She went mad. Get dressed this instant. So I ducked into our bedroom, and seconds later, out came Hannah, dressed and ready. My mum was amazed.
You know, let's just try and hear what we can about the argument. There's 9. Argument, baby.
Yeah. I pulled over and slept in the car. This was just by the side of the road. I was exhausted.
Alright, what else did I write down? Bags. Those were brought up like 3 times. 5 entries on bags.
When will the police let me back in the house? They let me take a bag of clothes with me, but...
Okay. Maybe another word for argument. Nope. I have taxi written down. She did hit a taxi in her thing. Alright. Cross that one off my list then. Yeah, disagreement, maybe. But I don't think they... Yeah, I don't think... You know, there's only so many miscategorizations of that. Looked up cat flap.
Simon's parents offered to put me up, but I didn't think it would be a good idea. It would be too sad. Not right now. I'm staying at a friend's. That can't be right. In the bedroom.
Let's try bedroom.
Hurt someone? Yes. But everyone thinks that from time to time, right? You just want to lash out.
Bedroom.
In the bedroom?
Alright, let's go back to where I was here. So, she was in the car, she hit a taxi. Birthday. I already looked at birthday, didn't I? Looks like I did. Let's try it with names that we have. I've already looked up diary. I wrote down adopted on one of the first notes I have. May have been. We've looked up cellar, Florence, fairy tales, the Brighton Hotel. Why did I write that down?
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton.
Their wedding
It would have
night.
been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a hotel, away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday.
Let's hear about their wedding.
Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long, though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car.
They don't have very much money, and money's something else that can
Sure.
yield information.
I do all the bills and paperwork and handle all the money stuff, so it should be easy for me to find. Do you want them dropped off to you?
Cellar. To Bruce.
If you put me on You've Been Framed, I want the money. Then my parents died. It was the worst year of my life. A miscarriage and then my parents. Then my parents died.
625. There's no tattoo there.
It was the worst year of my life.
What's the
Oh, my tattoo. I got it to express my individuality. It's an apple and a snake. So I moved out. Got a small bed sit. Got my tattoo to mark the occasion. I was singing in a bar in the evenings, so I had some money, enough money to cover my rent. And I've been doing something similar ever since. I haven't put down any roots. I don't exist.
Yeah, that's what the story seems to be leading to, secret knowledge.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
Well, she was singing at a bar. Okay.
Are you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford if there was no conference? I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar. Nothing else happened that night. We talked, then I said goodbye. Then next week I was singing the bar again and there he was. And again the next week, he offered to buy me a meal. I told them I had already eaten, and so we got chips and ate them on the beach instead. When we said goodbye, he asked me to kiss him. Romantic. No. I told her it was one of my boyfriends, someone I had met in the bar. I think she was happy, but I could tell she was thinking, why couldn't it happen to her and Simon? They were the ones with the real life. Why not them?
So what I feel is currently being implied is that by chance Simon discovered Eve, who may be either a secret twin or a alternate personality for the same person, and they had an affair, which I'm going to search for. Oh, hello. Eve became pregnant, and maybe that's what was the argument was about.
An affair? Simon wasn't having an affair. You're reaching here. And I don't know why. No, I've never cheated on anyone. I've never taken anything from anyone. Simon is dead. But I have my baby to care for. Why are you trying to make me sad? Why are you so obsessed with sex and affairs? You cheated on your wife. Is this your thing? What did your wife do? She didn't kill you. You think I killed Simon because he was having an affair? Well, I didn't kill him. I wasn't even there. I was in Glasgow worrying about whether my baby was still growing inside me. I mean, why would I kill Simon? I loved him.
Let's see if I missed anything in Glasgow. There's 10 entries. Let's try Glasgow and Simon. Let's try Glasgow and Eve. Let's try Glasgow and Baby. She went up there in a car. She had a taxi. She had a crash. Okay. Accident. What else could go with Glasgow to get those other segments? She went to a store. Had a name. I think it was some sort of British name. Drive.
I thought it made me sound suspicious. It's not a normal thing to do, to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I know it was stupid not to tell you everything. Saying I spent the night in Glasgow when my husband went missing, I thought it would, distract you from what was important. It's different now. Now he's...
Alright, let's look at what else I have. Conference. Oops. Conference.
There was a conference, something to do with double glazing, in Oxford. It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
Okay. So that's Oxford was where that happened. Secret.
I hoover, I dust every week, maybe less. I once asked Eleanor how often I should dust, and she said, if people asked, tell them you do it once a week, but every few weeks is okay. I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day, ran an ordered house. You know how that generation is, putting on a brave front. She has secret stashes of cigarettes. Doug doesn't even know she smokes. When I was there, I saw her. She has these sort of porcelain vases, ornamental, next to the Reader's Digest books. Cigarettes inside. And she still has them. I mean, last time I was there, I looked in a vase. There was a fresh pack. I mean, all those years of marriage.
Also, she definitely doesn't have a tattoo here, and it's June 30th.
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book.
Code.
The knock code. Something prisoners of war would use.
Knock.
We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor.
Tap.
Dad thought we had mice, but they couldn't find any. Bought a cat anyway.
I agree. What? All the notes? It's that kind of game. You should totally play it. You would love it. Something may have been introduced that may require something as complicated as a letter substitution thing I was doing earlier for whatever. Hey, when games do that, sometimes it's fun. I really should play Loud Milana. Yeah, there was another video, I don't think I saved it, where she was doing a similar tapping. I think she was wearing one of the blue shirts when she was doing that. Well, let's see if knock code tap code tap knock. Alright, I'm gonna look this up. Knock code. Tap code on Wikipedia. The tap code, sometimes called the knock code, is a way to encode text message on a letter-by-letter basis in a very simple way. The message is transmitted using a series of tap sounds, hence the name. Tap code is commonly used by prisoners to communicate with each other. The method of communicating is usually tapping the middle bars, or blah blah blah. It's based on a 5x5 grid representing all the letters of the Latin alphabet except for K, which is represented by C. So you get 25. Each letter is communicated by tapping two numbers, the first indicating the row, the second indicating the column. Okay. So let's watch this video again.
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book. The knock code. Something prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. We tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. We tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. Learned from a book, the knock code. Something prisoners of war would use. We tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor.
Let's see if this lines up. So 1 and 2 would be
find any. Bought a cat anyway.
Wait, I don't know what. First is the row, column, and row. Because that will dictate highly what the things end up being. And that was 4 and 1. So no, it's the other direction. So F. U. Oops. Let me do this again.
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book, the knock code. Something prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. Dad thought we had mice, but they couldn't find any. Bought a cat anyway.
Alright, I think I got this all. Let me double check my verification here.
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book, the knock code. Something prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. Dad thought we had mice.
Alright, let's do this. Let's see what we have here. Second letter, B, Y. It's a D. Doesn't make too much sense, but oh well. Maybe it's 3. Let's see if I have it right. 2, 3 is H. 1, 1 is A. 3 is N, and then it's 3. Shit. Alright, I think I misheard, because this is what I got. So what I got was, for those who aren't watching chat, was BYDHANNAN, which means that I probably got 2 letters wrong. D would be right next to E if I listened wrong, which would be by, and then the second word would be Hannah. So that's really creepy. Okay. Let's put that into the thing. Okay, it only finds that now because my tag is on it. Alright, now we need to find that other one. Did I mark it?
You think it's... I wasn't in the house.
Yeah, it works as far as this one seems to be, is that you tap. I'll tap. I don't have anything. I'll tap on something. So you arrange. Well, I'll just actually cut out the Wikipedia one here. Screen capture. It's hiding behind here. You arrange letters into a grid like that. Looks like C and K are supposed to be overlapped. So that way you get 25 instead of 26, which would make the grid look really weird. And then you tap the number of times to move over. So you can't see my mouse on there. Can you see it here? Yeah. Okay. Good. So A is 1 1. So each pair of letters is what points to it, because this is first row, first letter. The first one ended up being 1 and 2, so that means first row, second letter. So you can get 1 5 would be E, 5 5 would be Z, 3 2 would be M. I don't know, I did that wrong. But that's how it works. Okay, remove. Did I? No, I'm pretty sure she was not wearing her red shirt.
Can you imagine? I tried. I tried to get pregnant too, but it didn't happen. I slept with so many boys, men. My body refused. I think my period stopped because hers had. I was pretty ill. I mean, how could we stay the same now? Felt like Hannah had really fucked things up. Set us down separate paths. We had become different. It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff.
Wasn't this one? It was one of the... Are there any of these blue? Oh wait, this might be it.
What are you doing talking about you? about Eve.
I missed that second batch there.
About Eve.
So it's 3-1. So it's 3 again.
What are you doing talking about Eve? Eve.
Okay. 3-1, 3-4, 5-1, 1-5, 4-5 is 3-1 is L. 3-4 is O. 5-1 is V. 1-5 is E. 4-5 is the letter U. So it says, love you. Tap. All right. Those are the only two that I've seen, so now we're kind of derailed. There's 7 entries for Eve. I don't think I've seen them all. Alright, let's go to present.
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present, another mirror, just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Murder.
On his throat. How? No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water.
Did I really get all I could out of wig? I mean, we did. Rapunzel related to the wig. I've already tapped at all 5 there. That's just from the song. Did we find everything on Domino? Yes, we did. Dollhouse. Ah. Always worth a try. I don't think we tapped out attic all the way. Yeah, we didn't tap out attic. Eve. Tap. Code. Attic. Hannah. Simon.
It lasted about 6 months. I tried to carry on, but everything was different. Hannah insisted I not pretend to be her around Simon, let alone sleep with him. We didn't share him like the others. The rules had changed. Me living in the attic had become weird in a way it hadn't been before. Okay, she's being chased. They're trying to catch her because she did something bad. I guess she broke the rules. Or maybe they think she did something bad. Maybe it wasn't her fault. She looks scared, not guilty. Maybe it was mistaken identity. Did they catch her there? I don't know.
Guilty.
At the time they said it was poison, food poisoning. I mean, I felt so guilty. If I'd still been at home, maybe I could have done something. I don't know. Yes. I thought about telling Hannah. I felt guilty after the kiss.
Kiss.
But then it began to feel like this was the way it should be. Sharing, like we had before. He never mentioned her to me. There was the Simon with me and the Simon with her. It was almost like it was a different Simon. But
I wonder if I can... Okay. Because I want to see if I can like find the first intro video here. No. Oh, they're in order of date, I think, right? Yeah, 6/18. It's the earliest session. Okay, I wrote down kiss.
after the kiss, the next time, he took me back to the house, to our parents' house, to their house. So, it was definitely him. I sometimes think he wanted to get caught to prove to himself that we were different people. He told me about his marriage, told me how his wife was completely different to me. I almost burst out laughing. Sure. Yes, of course, if that would help. Will you phone the house to let me know when you want to come round? Then I can make sure that I'm there. I wasn't in the house. Yes, it was a cremation for the best. We both wore black and had veils, so it was easy. And after the funeral, everyone came back to the house. Hannah served up sandwiches, and I stayed out of sight.
Sandwiches. Funeral. Nope. Cremated. Cremate. Okay. Funeral. Cross that off. We already did that. Did I do secret? Yeah, I did. Once. Beach. 2 entries. Let's see, there was Peter and Susan. I guess. Cellar. Second mirror. Alright, I wrote down biscuit because there were secrets in a biscuit tin. Let's try tin as well. Okay. His throat was cut. A lot of entries on hair.
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty, pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour. There was something.
Wait a minute.
Rapunzel's hair was cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger. Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember, well, I went over the river. And then there was a church. There. Yeah. And I probably parked, well, I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There.
Yeah, give it a shot. Okay.
I don't know if anyone really changes. You just become more yourself. Simon was my prince, and that hasn't changed. And the Glaziers. I worked there some weekends, and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. He was always good at helping out other people's children. Simon was quiet, more thoughtful than the other boys. Even then, he had a sense of craftsmanship. Wasn't always rushing stuff. Boys that age are just running around like headless chickens most of the time. You know?
Ain't that true?
Plus, he had that look. He looked like a fairy tale prince from one of my books. There were always princes and princesses. They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
Last year. All right. Twins.
Twins? Really? Are you really asking me that question?
What's the date on that one? 7/2.
Are you out of your mind? Twins?
Magical twins. Oh, hello.
Mother wanted me to grow my hair long, but I kept cutting it myself. I wanted to look like my reflection. She always had short hair when she was little. Mother would hide the scissors, but I would find a way. Cut it with a bread knife, something like that. My reflection would always leave her house and go on adventures, but I never could. Mother taught me at home, and I had books and TV. Oh, TV was magical, but it was only on when it wanted to be, so I spent a lot of time reading books. Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children.
Magical mirrors.
So you see, even before I knew the truth, I'd found it in those stories. Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children. Simon never cheated on me. He was devoted to me, and I was devoted to him. Nothing in life is easy. We were good to each other. Life isn't a fairy tale. You do what you can. Well, she wasn't my real mother, but she raised me. Do you want to take a story?
Yes.
It's a real-life fairy tale.
Yeah, go on. Don't stop right there. No. Ah.
Okay. There's a girl and she's staring out of the window. She's sad. She's trapped. She's here. She's looking out the window because her mother won't let her out.
So we're doing which? Since we're sticking to fairy tales. Hello.
I wanted to see my reflection. I thought that if I touched her, something would happen. We would become one. One girl. The fairy tale was over, the witch was dead, and I'd be restored to my rightful place.
Okay, I've already done all the things with Florence. Evil witch, actually. Yeah, only one thing that says evil. Only one mention of scissors. Yep. Did I get everything with bar? The point of this game is to figure out what's going on by interrogating things in a non-linear fashion, as far as I can tell. We've already found a secret code. It's shown up in 2 videos. Well, his name's Simon Smith. Wait a minute. Let me actually play this one first.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work. Mirror making, feature windows, artistic things. Really beautiful things. Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
I really want the whole lie detector set.
I've never taken a lie detector test before. Does it really work?
And polygraph didn't show up anything. One thing I noticed, 15-inch. Okay, is that I'm trying to keep an eye on handiness as to which hand is being used, and I'm trying to see if I can catch something. All right, well, we're done Friday. Got everything from Friday. I put divorce with a question mark. Nope. We're doing coffee. Okay.
A black coffee, thanks. No sugar. Sweet enough as it is.
Oh, that's totally...
About 8 years back. It was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have 1 cup. Yes. I got to Glasgow. I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from a payphone. Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar.
Okay. I think I already tapped all those out. There's someone named Helen. I think it's Eric's wife. Okay. Keys. I wrote that down on this notepad. There's got some entries here.
Yes.
Hello, Millicent Oak.
They split shut and then lock the bigger lock with the key. No, I don't think it was. I turned the key, but it was already unlocked.
In the Ribash bin. It's one of these games. What color's gonna win? Game of red versus purple. You either purple or you red. And this is a stolen game.
Yeah.
Hello, Grey Citadel.
They'd gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck. That's all that matters, really. The baby. Simon's dead, but the baby, that's how he will live on. Our baby. Rehearsed? You ask me the same question, you'll get the same answer. Is that your evidence? Of course I thought about what happened then. It's all I've thought about. My husband is dead.
maybe they will be going over evidence. And I can see. Nope. Dead had a bunch of more searches on it. Let's try it with Simon. Let's try it with body, dead. Watch. Let's try north.
No.
Oh, there's probably...
I asked a friend to ask him out for me. We had our first date at the Odeon in North End. We went to see Risky Business. I had on my one best dress. Simon paid. He bought me a Whisper, and I was worried about getting chocolate on my teeth.
How does that match up with... Alright. Gotta put this in. There was another mention of that.
Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous. Didn't want to share. Even the first date. We went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went. Kept changing places in the toilet. We only had the one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me. But that was it. We didn't want another card on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back. After that, it was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time. When beautiful people died, we always felt like it was a sign. You remember Princess Grace? Grace Kelly? She died in a car crash the year before we met Simon. We used a Ouija board to speak to her, and that gave us the power to find him. That's what we thought then. That people who died tragically leave some kind of magic behind. We used to share dreams. We used to wake up and write them down in our diaries immediately and compare them.
Out. What else do I have here? I wrote down Doc. Why did I write down Doc? Okay. I wrote down hate. Okay. These are all like first day things. Okay, that only shows up once. Bob Dylan with a space bar. Should only show up once. Yeah. Did we get everything out of birthday? We may not.
When you've been married for 10 years, stuff accumulates. We could argue about anything. And he's so nice. That doesn't help. He tries to smooth things over, and that just makes it worse. We're both passive-aggressive, so we never normally argue directly about anything. Then she told me she wanted to help more. She said I should move in with her. She would come clean with Simon about me. I was family. I couldn't have a baby in a bedsit. I told her I didn't want to tell Simon. Told her to wait for the time being.
Wait. Okay.
A long time. We got married when I was 17. Yeah, when I was at school. I worked part-time in the front shop. It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born. I took care of paperwork, filing, typing out invoices, that kind of thing. It was a good job for a girl back then. I didn't work a till or anything though. I was quite shy, so I wouldn't have liked to have worked a till.
Okay. Let's look up this. I think I talk about the... Okay, good. The mushroom poison.
I got a job to contribute, you know. Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon. It's never just been the two of us. There's always been pressure.
Alright. Anything about... Oh. Cooking at the school?
Well, she has a knife. She's been cooking, I guess. She's been cooking him his favourite meal. She's his wife. And he's asleep and she doesn't want to wake him because he's ill. That's why she's sad. Because he's ill and he might die. It's kind of a sad story, so I'm not sure how it ends.
Hmm. I don't think I did everything with Eleanor, which is the mom.
Yeah.
We did
I've
Doug.
been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried. I feel sorry for them. Yeah. 1984 was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the circumstances, them dying together like that, they brought in a lot of police. A forensic entomologist. I had to look that up. It was because of the heat. It was just awful. Yes. I speak with Eleanor at least once a day. Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just...
Ah. How many of the achievements am I getting? I still haven't gotten 50% of the database? Looks like I have. Maybe I'm getting close. There's still another Eleanor thing there. No. Maybe paired with Doug. There we go. That's the last one.
This is the third day running you've called me in. I speak to Doug and Eleanor every day. And they say you've been asking a lot of questions about me. Should I be worried? Am I a suspect?
Conspicuous.
When you suspect someone of murdering their husband. Okay. So you want to eliminate me as a suspect? That should eliminate me as a suspect. If I was in Glasgow, can't be in two places at once.
Oh, snap.
It happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone. We took him down to the cellar. We knew we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us, so we could then disprove it, rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, that was my touch, to make sure the alibi stuck.
Murder. Murder. Okay, I already did that. There's a lot of stuff around baby. I don't think I managed to get it all. Eve. 17. So he died in the living room. They cleaned up, but that doesn't explain the Glasgow thing. Where's the first mention of Glasgow?
So I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired. I just had to sleep. When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted.
Wait a minute, are these all the same day? Yeah, 2056, 2106.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
Where was the one where she threw up? What was she talking about just before she threw up? It was about coming home.
We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went for Hope.
No.
Okay. And then I decided to come and okay. Then I can see you. Parents. Have a cup of tea and read his paper. Like I said before, it was 3.
Alright. It's just after coming home. That's gonna have. Oh, there's a new one though.
I mean, I don't know. Something must have happened to him on his way home. He could be hurt. I mean, why hasn't he phoned? I don't know.
No, it would have to be like something that was in the statement. I think she was talking about driving.
I thought it made me sound
Okay.
It's like I told you before. I drove. That she was more. Like I said, I think I was popping out to get something, ran out of something, had to grab something. I sometimes drive too fast. If you want, you can arrest me for that. So, yes, morning sickness. It's morning sickness.
All right. Let me think about.
I didn't. I slept in the car. I left about 9 that night. I wasn't there.
Huh? 9. Night. Wow.
No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning.
All right, talked about comparing dreams. All right. I think we found all of Doug, right? There may might be another entry. Okay. The Ouija board. There's 12 entries. Well, you drive a car. Cars are drove. Car night. I may have gotten all of these anyway. Wow. Okay. Nope. Whoops. Let's see if we can get onto the singing thing again. Oh.
Really? Okay. Here's the rest. Oh, they laid a body on the dock tonight. Oh, the wind and the rain. Till a fiddler with a fiddle came walking by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle bow of her long hair. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made a fiddle bow of her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made fiddle pegs of her finger bows. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made fiddle pegs from her finger bows. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Oh, the wind and rain. The sound could pierce a heart of stone. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. But the only tune that the fiddle could play was oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, the only tune that the fiddle could play was oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Anything you sing may be used as evidence against you.
Trying to see if she has the tattoo. Guitar.
No. No, Simon didn't play guitar. He wasn't very musical. He liked to listen, but he was tone deaf. Yes. Yeah, it's my guitar. Yes. Yeah, it's my guitar.
Oh, are you getting some buffering? I don't seem to be dropping anything. This isn't really a very high motion scenery game, but there's a lot of noise in the video feed that can make it worse. Wind. I should get both guitar songs. Don't know which is the...
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player.
I can't tell if she has her...
Probably needs tuning. No. It's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up.
Alright, that doesn't show anything. Well, the song was creepy, talking about bones. And fiddles. Okay. blonde again. 6 entries with blonde.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. And border photo instead of spring photo.
Ginger. Okay. Blonde. Can I do like minus? Nope. That should show up. Oh well. Okay. We know there's a wig.
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Let's just go back to this stuff. Pregnant. Apparently a cat flap is a cat door, but I already established that earlier. Let's just be general. Police. What did I write down here? I wrote down that she was thin. That's apparently all the places that showed up. I wonder if that song is a suicide reference. Here we go.
Suicide? No. I mean, he would never do anything like that. He is not the kind of person to do anything like that. I mean, to hurt himself? No.
Okay. Did I attach everything out with the watch? No, we've done the watch. Birthday. Morning. Birthday. No, it's supposed to be blonde without any for dudes and blonde with any for men, but, or women, but, well, kind of. Technically, they're completely interchangeable, and I think that's actually what it's doing here. It just has them double.
I think he spoke to Helen.
That's not the same
She
one.
said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
Hey, Babby. Looking for something? There's a lot of stuff still in the dryer if you're looking for... Okay. Most search engines would have them be... Kappa. I'm gonna search for Kappa. No. There's some more stuff around Eric. There's a lot of entries involving him. Glass. Glazier. Helen is Eric's wife, right? No. That's someone else. Well, let's listen to the first mention of Eric.
He was wearing a shirt, a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house. Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
Okay, I think I've got them all then.
Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time, you must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
Ba-doop. Yeah, I know. Blue and red.
He was wearing,
Work. Oh, here's one.
no. I'm not sure what Strange would be, but he hasn't been acting odd. He's been busy at work, but nothing too stressful.
Let me re-listen to the ones about the chance shows. This one.
So, it was Friday evening.
No.
We had an argument. He left. On Saturday, he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. They had a job, but he didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone. I checked at The Rock, that's our local. They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. It just isn't like him at all. Still not back by dinner time. It's getting dark again. So I decided to come and see you. His parents haven't heard anything either.
It's the other one.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. He guessed my name from my tattoo. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream. not drugs. I mean, he drinks.
I'm gonna run
but
through all the
not very
numbers.
much. He goes to the
Yeah,
pub and has one or two.
if you make a tag, you can search for it.
Sometimes we go together. He drinks wine with food, but no, he doesn't have any kind of drinking problem.
Nope. 3, 4, 5.
Yes. The first time we saw each other, it was strange. We both realised at the same moment, I think. We must have seen each other before, but there was this instant when we first realised it wasn't a reflection. The reflection was staring back. I think I was 5. It was my birthday. My reflection was wearing a party hat and waving. I knew what party hats were from books. And it suddenly occurred to me, today must be my birthday. I waved back and we just spent ages waving at each other and copying each other's movements. You must be desperate for leads if you're getting hung up over 6-month-old speeding tickets.
Okay. What does that mean? Detective Inspector. 75%. Eight, 9, 10.
Good. Happy. I mean, ups and downs like any couple, I guess, but we've been married for over 10 years. So, our sex life is probably fairly average for a couple after 10 years of marriage.
11, 12, 13. Well, 17 should show up a lot. Okay. Alright, okay, I think I've probably tapped out the numbers. Let's try happy. Let's try sad.
She's crying, I guess. She's sad because she thought she saw her husband with another woman. But it's okay, because she finds out it wasn't her husband, it was his brother. And so it's fine.
Oh my.
Really? You're going to ask me about my sex life?
Yep.
I mean, isn't that private?
Yes. We're the caps. We want to get this on video so we can
Are you
watch
married?
it later.
How is your sex life?
I'm not married.
No.
Sorry.
You're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm some kind of slut. If you think I'm the kind of person that would have had sex with all those guys.
Slut. Okay. Crying. Nope. Just cry by itself. Okay, that's not the... Let's try story.
Yes, like a story. A beginning, a middle, and an end.
Okay. Let's try Rapunzel again. Okay, we got all 5 entries. Let's listen to one of these.
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower.
I really want to see more of the questions, or see the questions and answers to the polygraph.
Throws her. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. So she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind. But she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending. Is that too much?
Alright. I guess people eventually ask for lawyers. Okay.
Can I leave? Are you going to arrest me? No. They'd laugh you out of the building. A lawyer would make mincemeat of you. Yes, I understand my rights. No, I don't need a lawyer. Yes, no lawyer. What are you going to arrest me for? I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other, just that. Stories.
I suspect that's the last one in the set. Did you just faint? Oh, hi, kitty. You got water on your head. Oh, how did this happen? Did you do it yourself? Or did your mama make it happen? No, he's got a wet butt too. Put him there so he can de-wet himself. He's gonna have to go somewhere very alone to do that. He's gonna be like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Okay. Yeah, let's see if mincemeat comes up again. Nope. Alright, so I wrote down some stuff. I wrote down arrest. Ooh!
This is a nicer room.
This is the start of a...
This is where you take people when it's time to arrest them.
Okay.
Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist?
So let's see if we can't find anything about the mom again. Her name's Florence, and I can't spell. Yeah, I've definitely tried Friday and Saturday. Monday. Tuesday. Wednesday. Thursday. And Sunday. Florence. Let's do the most recent one.
No. It was just me and her. Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when he came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread. Maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Let's talk about maybe just mom. Oh wait, this is from Britain. Okay. Let's try them both together. Hello.
Mum and Dad never knew what was going on and got so good at it. We were so in sync that we'd use each other to cheat. If one of us had a hangover, the other one would go to school. Whoever was best at a subject would sit the exam. There were lots of differences between us. Some things one is better than the other at.
Let's maybe find some stuff about the wedding. Let's try wedding ring.
No. No, he wasn't wearing his wedding ring.
Interesting. I want to Google what the fuck a bedsit is. I assume it's just like a shitty apartment. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's one of those like combined facilities apartments where you have like a separate bedroom but you share other facilities. Hopefully I didn't just blast massive amounts of noise into you guys, because I heard the USB unplug sound. Hopefully you can still hear me. Alright, let's see if we can learn about their marriage. Marriage. No. Let's see if we can pull more baby shit. There's so much baby shit. Birthday. I wrote down T.
Could I have a cup of tea? A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Just 1 sugar. Maybe a fresh cup of tea? Oh, okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down the end of the road. I walked up to the house, I knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left. I walked in, Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. I shouted out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. He wasn't there. I touched the kettle, it was cold. I looked quickly into the living room, nothing. I walked upstairs to the bedroom, he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. Then I had a shower. Whilst I was in the shower, the phone rang. I think it was Eric.
Yeah, that is so fucking rehearsed. Nope. Okay. Oh, here we go. That was a good search.
Okay. I've given blood before. Do you need to take that for your records?
Is that like the start of the polygraph?
Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The blood. It's probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me. She was sat behind him. She had my wig on.
Oh.
And she'd been there all day. And she had blood on her.
So if they're two people,
And she was in shock.
it looks like Hannah was the one who killed her. Or killed Simon. Provided any of this is even true. And she did it with her wig. Let's see if we can find wig.
This was about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing and she tore it off. Eventually, we grew tired of fighting and I left.
I wrote down like basically every word that shows up more than once or twice. There's this whole gap. I wonder if it's the polygraph.
I've never taken a lie detector.
Does that sort of adjust the thing? Okay. I think they make you make yes or no questions. There's one.
No. I mean, everyone loves Simon. He was so nice to everyone. He loves me. I've never taken a lie.
Okay, so this gap is, I think, more stuff from the lie detector. You take it off. So maybe there's like a get this shit off me. Take off. Here we go.
I can take this stuff off now. Did I prove I'm innocent?
Oh, I've never searched for innocent. So that gap is that. All right. Maybe she says something like, repeat the question.
Have I ever cheated on Simon? You asked that question yesterday. Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry. My name. That was the only question I failed. Your lie detector works.
Okay. I want the answers to the lie detector.
No, I'm okay.
This is from the coffee spill. Okay.
Are you arresting me? No. Fuck off. Open this door.
Alright. Shit. Piss. Damn. Bugger. I think that's the only. I think. One volume missing. Maybe she said like fucking. Okay.
Really? Go on then. Take the cup. Run your fingerprints. They'll match. Fucking do it.
Fingerprints. Oh, hello.
Fine. I've never had my fingerprints taken before. I once put my hand on the oven. Fingerprints.
What's the date on this one? 6/25.
Yes. Yeah. I would have cleaned them. I changed the sheets too. With the fingerprints in all those places. Could they have been my parents' fingerprints? I'm not sure how long they last for, but is that possible? Could they have been my parents' fingerprints? I'm not sure how long they last for, but is that possible?
Let's talk about cleaning. Clean sheets.
Well, I don't know. I probably had to pop out and get something, that's why I was speeding. And that wouldn't have been noted on my timesheet. But I really can't remember back to February. I remember the ticket, of course. I paid it without telling Simon. Didn't want to get told off. And they put points on the licence.
Maybe she's part Canadian. Only 6 entries. Yep. Oh, there is a yep.
Sorry. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yes.
Yeah, those are all like yes, no's. Maybe.
God, I don't know.
She's just got a lot. And I don't know.
Could be anyone.
Ooh.
Maybe someone followed him back from the pub. But why would he let them in? Doesn't make sense. God.
There we go. Okay. Don't know. Pub. I don't know. Maybe. Things. Stuff. Pants. Bacon. This is pretty much the order I think of words in. Shit. And this is
Yes.
why I thought of.
My name is Hannah.
Sorry, because she's oh shit,
Oh.
sorry.
Shit. Sorry.
Babby? Yeah. Babby. How is Babby? Okay, let's see how much I've refreshed. So it looks like I'm still missing something from relatively early on. Alright, the name of the bar is Rockington Arms. That only shows up in one place, and it's...
It's the Rockington Arms. The Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan.
Okay.
There's some other regulars there that Sam likes to drink with. And the barmaid they have in sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon
Helen's
had
the
been
barmaid.
getting a few drinks.
Let's try drink. No. Touch about books. Book. Maybe ask about work.
No. I'm not sure what Strange would be, but he hasn't been acting odd. He's been busy at work, but nothing too stressful. He's fine, Simon. I love him so much.
I think that's the initial report.
Cute. You must love them very much. What ages are they?
This is one of the tap ones.
What are you doing talking about Eve? Poor Simon.
Down silver, because the mirror is okay. Looks like there's nothing special about that. Let's try a week. More time spans. Nope. Room. Bedroom. You're right, weather. We've got weather things like hot and cold and warm and rain. We already know what wind yields. Got the cat named Domino. Okay, that's all that's mentioned about the cat. I wrote down flu. So that only shows it once. They're both infertile. Oh, there we go. There's one.
Yeah. I mean, I was infertile. Thought I was. They told me I was infertile after the miscarriage because of complications.
Okay. Food poisoning. Let's see if there's food that shows up. Now we talked about the coffee, but she starts off saying, like in the
coffee, thanks. No sugar. Sweet enough.
Sugar.
Just the one sugar. Thanks. Is that camera recording? Black, no sugar. Thanks.
That was useful. You are one strange cat.
Do you have children? From when I woke up? Okay. I woke up, Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of Eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby.
Okay. Let's see if maybe I missed some stuff about the attic. Attic, Simon. Attic. Where is this in the thing? That's later.
Yes, I read a lot as a child.
TV is mentioned a lot. Read. Child that I can't even spell right. Long time. Worth a shot. This is during the first interview.
No, he doesn't have any tattoos.
Okay.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back.
Let's use this to maybe pin the start of the interviews in the system.
A cup of tea would be good, thanks.
Okay, so that's second interview.
A black coffee, thanks. No sugar.
And that is the very start.
Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar. It's the Rockington Arms. There's some other regular. No, not drugs. I mean, he drinks, but never very much. He goes to the pub and has one or two. Sometimes we go together. He drinks wine with food, but no, he doesn't have any kind of drinking problem.
So it's something that happens in the interview before this.
Not drugs.
So it's the initial interview. She comes in. She's looking for someone who's missing. Let's try other common words. Both. Can. It's going to be an earlier one. Let's see. They're married. Oh, this might be it.
Childhood sweethearts. Something like that. Are you married, detective?
Now let's go back and search for Durgs. Okay, that's the only time that Durgs shows up. Let's try and see which interview. Sugar. Second interview, right?
A cup of tea would be good, thanks.
No, that's way later. Let's try tea.
Could I have a cup of tea?
Okay, so the start of an interview when you first get your cup of tea. She's like, here's my cup of tea. What have you found? Have you found my husband? If I spell it right.
I haven't been into work. I guess I've just been waiting, waiting to hear from you, hear from my husband. I mean, what if they were crazy? You hear about these crazy people all the time. I mean, why would anyone who knew Simon want to kill him?
Okay, there's still more in that other interview that we don't exactly know.
Being me. Swung it round and smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of...
So her bruise could be from that original event, which means the first person in the interview may actually be Eve. And the bruised one where she shows up is the first interview where Hannah actually shows up, if Hannah was the one who killed her. Which would make sense as far as the shirt that she's wearing hiding the tattoo. Let's try.
Okay.
And this is interview 2 with the bruise. That was useless. Did we get all this stuff with the argument. There's a lot of stuff about the argument.
Yes. He left after the argument. It was about...
Where's that? That is really close. Left after the argument. It was 8 o'clock. What was the argument about? Like, the argument was about... No. Okay. Let's try yeah. I never tried yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm quite a private person and I didn't want to get into the detail of the argument.
Okay. Then they ask another question like, well, we have it being this, there was an argument, where were you? What happened? Well, what happened was, it was her birthday. No, the version that was probably told to the place, it was her birthday, they got a gift, or she got a gift. The reason they really got in a fight is because she was dressed as, Hannah was dressed as Eve, and then he got her the same kind of mirror that he got Hannah, the unique, special, lovingly crafted one, and then he killed her. But at this time in the interview process, what would the question have been following that up? I don't know.
What about us?
Simple words are probably getting fully tapped out now. Alright, let's try and find this interview. T. This is interview 3, right?
A cup of tea would be good, thanks.
No.
Could I have a cup of tea?
No. As this interview keeps going on, how does this interview end? This interview, do I know how this interview ends? This might end with the fingerprints. Because they take someone's fingerprints.
Fine. I've never had my...
Okay, so it's the start of the next interview. What's the date on this one? This one's the 25th. So interview 3.
Fingerprints.
Whoops. So it's probably the start of this interview on the 30th. Let's just try sugar.
A cup of tea would be good, thanks.
No, that's... So it's somewhere between the... There's one on the 18th.
A black...
That's the first interview. Well, yeah, she asked for like black coffee. Here's one we don't have.
Oh, tastes fine to me. As long as it's black and strong, I'm good.
Oh my. Oh my. Okay, so there's something before this. But it's like the start of an interview. What else do things do? Things that people say. They say, dude. They say, what? They say, I'm fine. They say, what? I already did that one. Where? Oh, good.
Yes, this is it. He made it himself. It's a special one-off. He made it and decorated it. That's his thing. Where did you find it?
Who? Why? When? Alright. Alright. Okay. They might do okay. Ooh. Okay.
No, it's okay. The other detective has just gone to get me.
Detective. That might get me some... That might get me some more hits.
Okay. Sounds weird. I'm not great at making up stories.
Alright. Refresh. Detective. Hello, detective.
Must think it's very cool that their dad is a police detective.
Police. Let's try and hover in around this blank spot here, maybe. I think it would be in the inner...
Oh, tastes fine to me.
It might be in this interview.
No, no cat. My parents have...
This is a different interview. Where is this one?
Black no sugar.
That one's much later. Tea. That might be one of the tea ones then.
A cup of tea with...
No, it's before this interview.
A cup of
So
tea
it's
would be
before the 30th.
Could I have a cup of tea?
No. Alright, sugar. That's the first interview.
Just the one sugar. Thanks. Black no sugar. Coffee, I guess.
Before this one, so it's... What was the end of this one? Fingerprints was the end of this one. Right?
Fine. I've never had my fingerprints taken before.
Okay, so that's that interview.
Fingerprints.
Why do you try to jump literally the worst spot to try and jump? Okay, so...
Fingerprints.
It might be in the middle of this interview. The 6:30 one, right? She's drinking coffee. Looks like. No? Tea?
A cup of tea with...
Okay, no, it's... Is that a really long-ass interview? It's an interview I've obviously been to before. Interview. Ah. Room. Is it the red time? Let's play this one. Ah, during red shirt moment. Okay, so...
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. A cup of tea would be good, thanks. It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there. I wasn't in the house all of Friday night. After the argument. I left the next day, Saturday. I slept for a few hours in the car. When I woke up, I came straight back. Simon wasn't returning my calls and I wanted to try and make up. I got back to the house and Simon wasn't there and excuse me. Is there a bin? It was late, early Saturday morning. I didn't. I slept in the car. I left about 9 that night. I wasn't there. I didn't. If one of us got hurt, It's Rapunzel. I wasn't in the house all. Yeah, I had to let myself in. The door locks if it swings too. When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash.
I've been muted for a while and haven't noticed.
The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me.
You've missed a lot of
And I told him I was
self-mumbling.
pregnant. He made sure I got to the hospital so they could
Hospital.
check me out.
I can't spell. Hospital. Ah, there's two that are related to the
Ask
hospital.
the hospital.
Ask the hospital.
I don't see how it's hard. We've established I was in Glasgow when he was killed. You've spoken with the hospital.
Okay. Let's try and narrow in on this one. T.
A cup of tea.
There's a good chance it's in this interview.
Maybe a fresh cup of tea.
It is in this interview. Okay.
A cup of tea would be good, thanks. Okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door.
Okay, so
Okay.
this is her talking about the door.
Okay. Well, because the key doesn't turn when you
Unlock. That's the exact same one. Room. Same one. Well, let's finish this one up and see where it ends.
Okay. And I remember bed and I fell asleep. though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Bug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
I might have asked as a police officer, what did Eric say? Though that's beyond the...
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close.
No, that's too far back. Call.
I would have been a good mother.
That's past it. Same interview. But if she's talking about that, then she's saying infertile. Let's see. Let's try the sugar again.
Just the one sugar.
Okay, that's past it. So we need to back up more.
Cup of tea.
Okay, that's moving a little further.
Yes. Yeah.
That's moving further still.
Could they have been my parents' fingerprints? I'm not sure how long they last for, but is that possible?
Maybe she starts talking about her parents. Wrong interview. Is this the one where they talk about the mushroom?
They said it was food poisoning.
That's past it. Eric. She showered before that. At least that's what one of the interviews says. Is this the one that says that? This looks like it is.
Okay. I parked up in the street.
That's before it. So she's like, I showered. Eric called. Again, she spoke with them. Alright, let's go back to the mirror.
Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's...
Okay, that's closer. So they talk about the mirror. You're supposed to figure it out. I believe I figured it out, but there's still a couple of bits that I have yet to figure out. Or, well, you know, videos I've yet to see. Let's try glass. Same one, I think.
Look, on his clothes,
Is that the same?
that would make sense. He made it. By hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror. And he gave it to me.
And if they're showing this as evidence, this is the thing that was used to cut its throat, so...
On his throat. How?
Okay, so that's close. What would you ask after that? How is your home life? Are things good? Are things happy? Struggling? Most common English words. Wow. I've already tried most of these. Not. That's even.
Like Hoover, like dust.
Yeah, that's earlier. Because these aren't in order. I'm just doing things I think may actually yield stuff. Parts of speech. Nouns. Nouns will probably be best. Time. Person.
No! You're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm some kind.
Ooh, okay. So whatever would just precede being a slut. Cheating? Cheat. No, wrong one. Sleeping.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents.
No, that's not it. Could be the discussion about her sex life. Or their sex life.
You're going to ask me.
Okay. Really? You're going to ask me about my sex life?
Are you married? So, our sex life is probably.
Okay. It took place between those two lines. Might have asked, "Are you married? How's the sex life?" The cop said yes or no, and she would have said something like, I don't know. Wife? How's your wife? Wait, no, that's the wrong one.
Not really. He would go to the pub.
Ugh.
Really? You're going to ask me about my...
Alright, so we know what it's about. These are the next on the noun list. Ooh, we might have one.
No. Simon wasn't seeing another woman.
I even looked up seeing. So that's earlier, though. No, I don't think it's because it's just one line between. This is from there. Where's this one?
An affair.
It's just before that one. Okay. It's when she starts getting quizzed about her sex life.
Are you?
It's just before that. The cop probably came back with a retort, and she said something like, "Oh, that's too bad," or. Well, she asks, "Are you married? How's your sex life?" It could be something like, "Yeah, it's great. I've got 3 kids." Maybe the question is about kids.
Well, there you go. How many kids?
Yes. I'm a genius. Sometimes. Alright, and this is...
Well, my friend Eve. I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid. And she was always more popular with them.
Oh, that's earlier. Okay, let's try the slut one. That was a little later.
No!
Okay, it's just before the slut line. They're probably asking if she's ever cheated on him. Wow. I could swear I put in that line before.
No! I have never been unfaithful. I've never cheated on Simon.
I swear this game's trolling me. Alright, so now we have to find out what interview that's in.
Have I ever cheated on Simon? You asked that question yesterday.
Ooh. Let's see if I can find the start of that interview. Let's try with sugar this time. It's the blue sugar. That's not it, is it?
Black no sugar.
Maybe it is. I have tried the word affair.
You're reaching here.
He's cheated.
Have I ever cheated on Simon?
This is the short blue shirt, Eve with tattoo one. Is this the one where she spills the coffee?
No, I'm okay. Fuck.
These might be the same interview. And then they ask about her tattoo. which is probably right after it.
Oh, my tattoo.
Yes. So those are the same interview. 107 or 701. Okay, so that's the start of that interview, and I'm definitely in the right interview. See if I can remember. She's like, when did she get the tattoo? She got it to express her individuality. And they probably ask, when did you get it? And she says something like, it was... Yeah, it was like a birthday, yeah. Let's look for birthday. No, no blue shirts there. I mean, of the right blue. Birthday present, maybe. Here we go.
About 8 years back.
Okay.
It was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have 1 cup.
Okay. And this would also cause the cops to go like, we've already discussed this. Because A, she drank a fuck ton of coffee the day before, which is weird. Trying to linearize all this. And I have no idea how I'm going to get all what I assume is just literally one word yes, no stuff in that shit. I just tap the screen in a way you can't see. Yeah, Eve also doesn't appear to be the murderer. Written down. I've got Carl written down. I think this is where she tells the story about Carl.
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was sexy. We were 15.
That's later.
No, I was 15. Carl was older. 17, I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. It was stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family. family. So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then Simon.
Then it's how did you meet? Well, they were working in the same place, the Glaziers. Right?
Diane is really nice. She helps out with the...
No, wrong shirt. Maybe past there. There's work. Maybe worked. We worked together. This could be it.
And the Glaziers. I worked there some weekends, and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. He was always good at helping out other people's children. Simon was quiet, more thoughtful than the other boys. Even then, he had a sense of craftsmanship. Wasn't always rushing stuff. Boys that age are just running around like headless chickens most of the time. Yeah. Plus, he had that look. He looked like a fairy tale prince from one of my books.
Though it's also possible that Eve killed her parents. What would be the follow-up question there? It's like, when did you guys start getting it on?
No, I was 15. Carl was...
No, there's more after this. Let's try sex and Simon.
You're reaching here. Oh, I don't know why. No.
That's an overshoot. I'm actually leaning against them having a split personality due to the bruising. And the tattoo, obviously. And they do talk about fingerprints, so it's possible there's a set in here where the fingerprints don't actually match, and identical twins do not have matching fingerprints. I don't know what that really question mark is in response to. I've said so many things. What if it's both? What if she has both split personalities and a twin? So there's at least 3 of them, maybe even 4 of them. So there could be Eve, there could be Hannah, there could be other palindromic names like I don't know. Dang it, I'm not able to think of any palindromic names. Alright, so she's being asked about cheating on Simon. Sex on Simon. Alright, other. Let's try other. No. Let's try other and sex. Ah!
I wouldn't say that.
Oh.
It could be passionate. It's just... it was more than that. It wasn't just sex like I had been with the other boys.
Well, I'd have to find everything in order to know if there was multiple sets of fingerprints. You can't really hear the cops, so it's hard to say. Alright, there was a later coffee thing where she says something about, I've had enough coffee. Can I have some water?
No.
I think this is it.
I've had enough coffee for today.
Yeah. Ooh, so whatever immediately follows that. I don't know what immediately follows that. Ugh. Alright, let's... Let's try to get into this lie detector stuff. Hannah Smith.
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
And she would have been asking yes and no questions. It was like, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Like, how am I going to find a one-word answer when I don't have any, like, deletion stuff? So I can do, like, yes. Maybe I do have deletion stuff. Let's see if I can...
No. I mean, yes, we have arguments, but...
Yes. Minus no. That's not it. There has to be a way to get those. There's an achievement for it, damn it. Because they're almost all just going to be yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no.
Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach. And I held her head under and I kept it out.
Yes, period? No. Can I filter it out by doing that? No. It just seems like that gets stripped out. How in the fuck are you gonna get one-word answers out of this search engine? I must be missing something about it. Well, she's supposed to just give one-word answers. So literally, the transcript will literally just be yes, no, yes, yes, no, whatever. Let's read the... Oh, wait. You can use inverted commas to search for... By inverted commas, I mean double quotes? Use inverted commas. British people. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
They're called double quotes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
They're not inverted in America. They're raised up. As in the yeah, they're not upside down and American. They're the same size or the same setup as that. So many fucking Britishisms. And there's no double backtick on my fucking keyboard. And if it doesn't exist on an American keyboard, it doesn't exist. That's actually not true. You can pop that out somehow. Okay.
No. No. No.
All right. Bam! So that's the only one I'm missing. And that was about something before talking about having sex with Simon, right?
No.
That's close to it, right? No, that's after it. No and sex.
You're reaching here.
Okay, you're reaching here. So it's further on in this interview, probably. This is where they talk about the wig, isn't it? Like something about the cat flap?
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Okay, that's closer. And then there's the glass of water, right? Which is just before it.
No.
So they were asking her about the cat flap. Who's this other person? You're asking if I program as a hobby? No. When I program, it's a chore. I do not enjoy the process like some people. Though I have been known to write pieces of software that help keep hundreds of millions of dollars of equipment running. And yes, I relinquish most in-house programming tasks to Ortho. Okay, so what the fuck could this one be? She gets water. She could say thanks when she gets her water. No, I mean maybe. Thank you. Thank. No. What else I think happens later in this? She's eventually asked about a speeding ticket, according to my notes. And she has her glass of water.
I probably had to pop out and get something.
Okay, so it's...
Well, I don't know. I probably had to pop out and get something, that's why I was speeding. And that wouldn't have been noted on my timesheet. But I really can't remember back to February.
February.
Well, I don't know. I probably had to pop out.
So this one's just before that.
Yeah, that's me. But February, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder? You must be desperate for leads if you're getting hung up over 6-month-old speeding tickets. Well, I remember the ticket, of course. I paid it without telling Simon. Didn't want to get told off. And they put points on the licence.
Maybe it's about money, like you spent money on something.
If you put me on You've Been Framed, I want the money.
I don't know what You've Been Framed is. Ah, fuck. So it's literally between if you've put me on You've Been Framed and can I get a glass of water? So it's probably nothing even fucking related to
If you put me on You've Been Framed, I want the money.
Shit. What would they have said? I mean, they're in an interview place. Well, the candid camera thing. Maybe she has something about the camera. Yes!
Is that camera recording?
I am the champagne. What the fuck does... Okay, so score draw is probably an achievement for getting the... Actually, let me refresh this. Random dip. Or lucky dip. Alright, well, score draw is probably what you get... No. Is probably what you get for getting a draw in this stupid thing. Which I assume won't take very long. While that's going, let's put on some better music. Yeah, that'll do. Probably a good way to, like, perfectly balance out a draw. Other than randomly fucking clicking. So we're gonna load the missile volume that they're talking about. Maybe. Let's try this. I totally don't want to look up a solution for a draw. Dude, game over. Red. See, right now they're staying balanced. It's red's turn. Red's turn. Red's turn. Purple's turn. Purple's turn. Purple's turn. Purple has an indomitable lead now. Oh, I'm almost positive that's what the achievement is. It's called Score Draw. Now, I have no idea what Lucky Dip is. I'll probably have to end up looking that one up. But I believe once I get that done, I can talk to Chit Chat Dude. Alright, purple's behind. refresh this shit? Click, clack. See, the thing is, I have actually never understood anything about this game. It just seems to be like you click a button and suddenly a whole bunch of shit flips over. Like, I don't know what determines it. And I've never bothered looking it up because the game looks so fucking stupid to me. It offers no enjoyment for me. Yes! Sweet. Random clicking sometimes wins. I don't even want it explained. It's that I care that little about the game. Alright, refresh. Lucky dip. Random access. Her story random dip. Or is it Lucky Dip? It's called Lucky Dip Random Access. There we go. That's why I didn't find it. Lucky. Okay, these are only accessible after you finish the game, so I think I have to talk to this guy and say yes. Let me stop my music. Stop the music. And call. Aww. How do they know my name? I'm just kidding. No, this was definitely not a real case. Identical twins and or split personalities. Hello, Sea Talon. You may have missed something. So the miscarriage was it? No. I believe that you have missed something. you're using this ancient computer system in the sometime in the future, at least 8 years. Wait, 9. It says in the thing that the videos were digitized in 1999, and the videos are from 1994, so it's been at least 5 years. Likely, you're using an old computer in the middle of a thing, and it's actually modern times. So you would be playing her 18, which, I don't know when the baby would have been due, but 18 to 20-year-old daughter. I want to find that video. Holy crap. Oh. That's probably what the random dip achievement's for. Let's try that. Admin _ random. Are there any secret clips? How many achievements do I have? There's hidden achievements. Got 12 of 13. Maybe it's from finding a...
Black coffee, thanks.
It's the very first one. Oh, they're tagged. User tag blank. Let's remove that.
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back.
That is so weird.
Black.
Actually, if they're all tagged blank, that means you can probably watch them in order.
My name is Hannah. H.
Ah. I see.
Simon.
Though honestly, they probably got those online. Chat thingy available? Maybe I should watch the... curious if there's other admin commands, because what would I be missing on the fucking achievements? No, the Hannah's miscarriage was in the 80s, like 84. Because... Oh, did I miss one when I wasn't actually paying attention? Well, we'll see. I saw admin random only. But apparently I wasn't paying attention. But no, the first miscarriage is Hannah's miscarriage, that there were complications and the doctor said she couldn't get pregnant again. And that was in 1984 because her and Simon got married as a shotgun wedding because she was pregnant. And then she had the miscarriage, and then her parents died all in the same year. Oh, there's plenty of palindromic lady names. Admin random or the unlock command. Maybe it's admin underscore unlock. Okay. All right. Admin underscore unlock. Yes. All the achievements. 15 videos at once. Blank.
Mobile phone? Yeah. I would have been a good mother. I was young, but I would have been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah. Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name.
That was not bad. How many hours did I play that? And no, I don't need these. Delete all. Delete. I took a couple accidental screenshots. $7 hours? I am apparently insane. But the average. The average is 3, so I'm apparently awful at this game. Thorough. Yeah, I guess maybe a lot of people don't continue where they're like, oh, I figured it out. Get rid of all these notes. I've also got some notes from Axiom Verge still here. We've got you and you. Let's also dump my pencil shavings into this sheet of paper so that we can send it into the Tarsh. Wrap that up. I think the only other game I might have had at 100% is Monkey Island 2. Could be wrong. I may stream tomorrow, I'm not sure. I should stream on Monday. I don't know what yet. I'm probably not going to finish Freedom Planet, or if I do, it may not be on stream. I think I'm near the end of the one character run, but that game's kind of bullshit, and not in a good way. Don't know what I'll stream. Maybe whatever floats my stoat. See you all then.